And salutations, my name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream we are continuing with our 30 journals in 30 days marathon, extravaganza, shenanigans, whatever you want to call it. It's been a lot of fun doing this, and this is day 18 if I remember, so we have a little over a week left. So that means about 10 more journals. 12 more journals? Well, 12 more journals after today, if I remember. So I wanted to do something, kind of mix it up a little bit. The other night I painted some of these. Hang on, let me grab one. And we'll, ow, just smacked my elbow. That's always a nice thing to do. So I painted a bunch of these book covers. So we're going to make this into a journal again. So what I wanted to do is I want to paint these, see if I can find a gold that's similar to this, because this is where the title of the book was at, and I wanted to paint that out, and we'll use that as our binding space, I think. And we're going to just put 2 smaller signatures in here, and we're going to do a different kind of binding, I think. I don't know. But let's see what happens. First, I need to find some gold glue. Oh my Lanta. Some gold paint. And I'm looking in my paint for the metallics, and I don't think I hung them up yet. So let's go to, I think if I can get this open, I think this will be a good gold. Maybe, if it's still good. It's been open. Oh wow, okay. Well, I don't know if this is gonna work. Let's see, let's get a stick out. Is this any good? It's still pliable. Just have to add some water to it. It's very, very thick. It's very, very old. This is the Deco Art metallics. So let's get some distilled water, which is what I keep in this sprayer and in this sprayer is both distilled water. I used to have a squirt bottle of it, but I kept knocking it over. No, is that? No, that's just the side of the cup. Okay. So, it'll be easier than doing this. Oh yeah. I think this is going to be too bright of a gold, but we can tone it down a little bit. Just add a little water to it. As long as it's still pliable, you can sometimes rescue it. Once it's hard, it's pretty much toast. Add a little bit more water. There we go. I just splashed water on here. That's all right. And when I stir, I set things down because I don't trust my hand. That's all you need when you have a handful of paint, is to have a hand spasm and then you drop the paint and then it goes everywhere. Yeah. Ask me how I know. It's okay, you know. Color the planet, right? Glitter the planet. So I think this will actually work. It might be a little darker, but we can always go back in and change it if we don't like it. There's a little crack here. We'll hit that with something. I don't know, maybe a stamp or something. So I wanted to get this part started. And that way, let's put the lid on this before I spill it. So I want to get this part started so it can dry while we do the rest of it. take some measurements, get our signature ready, and just go from there. Let me find a brush to use. I have all these long handled paintbrushes because I like them, because I can hold them way back here. But when I was doing furniture, this is what I would use, is the long handled ones. And of course, it was less expensive to buy the set than it was to buy like 4 or 5 of just the individual ones. So let's dip this in there. Well, still a little stringy, but it'll work. It will work. So I already gessoed these with 2 coats of gesso. So it's just a matter of coming in and painting them gold. And I don't know where the line is, so we're just gonna come in and lay down the color. We'll do another coat when this is dry. I'm gonna put it over by the fan. So I go one way for the first coat and then another way for the second coat, and it seems to anyway give us a nice even coat. And there's a lot of paint on this brush still, so let's see if I can make sure we get at least the white mostly covered. There we go. When you're working with metallics and you have as many lights as I do, it's a little crazy. So it just keeps wiping itself off. So let's do some really light coats. There we go. And like I said, I think this is a little bit too bright, but we can always go back and whitewash it or do something to it. So let me grab, maybe, I think it fell on the floor. Nope, oh, nope, it's right here. It's got washi tape on it. So my lights are the off-it lights. I don't remember what how they're called. How you, off light, something like that. Anyway, those are the lights that I have, one on either side, and then I have my overhead lights, which I need to modify as well. And I have another one that's off by my sewing machine, and I have them all lit up because I use a webcam, and the more light you can provide it, the better it is. It seems. I don't know. It's just been my experience. I'm probably way off, but you do what you gotta do. All right, so I'm just gonna wrap this up because it's gonna be a minute and I don't want that to dry out. I'm gonna wipe this off. I'm gonna set this aside, set it all aside so I'm gonna put this in front of the fan. I'll be right back. Oopsie daisy. And this is also so I don't make a huge mess. And I'm gonna grab, since I'm over here, I'm gonna grab some paper to get us started on our signatures. If I can count to 3, that'd be great. Oh no, we're doing 2 signatures. Right. Because we might. I'm going to put some envelopes in here too, so we're going to grab some envelopes. But I was thinking we could even spray some of these. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, we're going to cut these down. We need to find our measurements, which I forgot to measure it before I brought it over here. Let's kick this out of the way. There we go. Let me grab my ruler. There's the papers. So, excuse me. So the height is 7 1/4, and the width of the page is 5 1/8. So I'm gonna write that down: 7 1/4 and 5 1/8. 7 1/4, 5 1/8. Gotta repeat it: 7 1/4, 7 1/4 by 5 1/8. There we go. So our pages will need to be 7, so 6 3/4. Oops. By 10. No, by, we'll say 9 3/4. Okay, I can write. There we go. Just got the notes taken. So we're going to cut these 4 down. And in the back of my head, while I'm cutting the papers and getting the signatures ready, I want to be thinking, how do I want it? Do I want a closure? Do I want what kind of decoration do I want on the front? Do I want to add, what elements do I want to add? Do I want to have pockets in the front cover? What, you know? Where do I want to take it is basically what I think about. And because I don't usually have, I mean, unless it's a commission, I usually don't have an exact idea of what I want to do. I just kind of keep it open to experimentation and shenanigans. So I'm going to take 1 white, 1 gray. Because these letterheads, I have a stack of white and I have a stack of gray. And they both have the same letterhead. And I usually cut the letterhead out and use it somewhere else. Because I don't know if the business is still in business. I got it at a garage sale, so I'm assuming not, but I'm just gonna trim these up. Wait, this needs to be 6 3/4. Hang on, let's see what we got here. Yeah, 6 3/4. Wait. Yeah, 6 3/4 should be right about there. Okay, whoopa. And we can separate these and pull the white one over a little bit so they're not exact. There we go. So we can fold these in half. And And then we'll do the same thing with this one. Take off the edge here. That way it fits this way. And this one we're going to make right about 6. Well, it's just an under 6. That way we can use this paper for other projects. We can stamp on it. We can do whatever suits our fancy. Okay, so now we have 4 pages. Or 4 sheets of paper, which will become 16 pages, I think. Anywho, I did want to do, I want to cut these down, but I want to fold them in half first. It'll make life a little easier. So 5 1/8. And then go. There we go. Two of these. I want to leave, these are very nice papers, so I want to leave them blank. And I think, get that out of the way. Oops, move this over here for a moment. And then we're going to take these 2 papers. Oh, there's 3. I always seem to grab 3 when I only need 2. So I'm going to take these 2 papers. I'm going to put them in our tray here. Just like this. I'm going to grab some let's see, we've got Twisted Citron, which is my favorite. Let's do I got walnut stain somewhere too. Somewhere, somewhere, somewhere. Oh, Lord. Is that walnut stain? No, that's the cracked pistachio, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Wait, what's this? This is Mermaid Lagoon. That might be kind of fun. I know I have a walnut stain that's already open, but I can't find it. I know it's on my desk here somewhere. Or on my table, whatever. Because I just used it. Maybe it's over on my table. Because you know, you're going to look for it and you're not going to find it. And then you're going to open it and then you're going to find it. Because that's the way life works. All right. We're just gonna go for broke and open this one because I don't want to wait. All right, so we've got Mermaid Lagoon. Let's spray it on the paper tissue. Okay. Cracked pistachio. Okay. This is Twisted Citron, which happens to be my favorite color. Like, for real. Like, maybe even more than the purple. I'm not a big fan of the purple. It's not dark enough. Okay. Then I've got my homemade blue. Which I just sprayed all over the paper. That was beautiful. All right, well. Let's do this one too. There we go. Let's lay these flat out to dry. Oops. That's what happens. This stuff happens when you don't prep your area. Okay. There we go. Now I got a smurf finger. Where's my rig? Okay. And we're going to darken this up with a little bit of walnut stain. Ooh, that got really close. Now we're going to take rubbing alcohol and mist the whole thing over. Just like that. And then mist it with water too. Maybe. There we go. We're going to put this in front of the fan so it can dry. Okay, so we got 1, 2. Oh, that got a little blue on it too, but I think I'm okay with that. 1, 2, 3. Got two pages. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need. Let's go for 13 pages, 13 sheets of paper in each signature. That should be enough. So can you tell I'm from Minnesota? Let's bring out a couple of these math book pages. Because these are cool. And I think that we can make them fit really easily. Excuse me. Actually, let me get a drink of water. One moment. Okay, and then we'll line this one up with this one. Okay, so let's get do everything comes out. Nothing wants to miss the party. So 5. An 1/8. We'll do 5 1/4, and it can stick out a little bit. There. Okay. I should have just grabbed Fanny and I wouldn't have a big mess. There we go. Let's put this on this side. So 1, 2, 3. And let's take, are these dry? Yep, dry enough. This way we can kind of see where we're at, even if we don't have them in that exact order. There we go. Let's do these. Go. That in the middle. We need to think of middle pages for these too. I think I know exactly what I'm going to do. Take this page, cut it in half. Let's see, this is 11, so 5 1/2. Like that. So we got this page, and we're going to copy stain these really quick. So there's one. And I'm just doing this off to the side so I don't get copy stain all over my table. Let's get this one a little bit better on this side right here. Okay, those can lay together. They want to roll up, so we'll take the rulers and lay them flat. Okay, and then we're going to take two other ones that we have. And let's see, we can go 6 3/4 tall. So right about there. Those in our scrap bin. I'm gonna roll it over. There we go. Now I got the hiccups again. So this one we're gonna do a decal edge on the other edges. And then we're going to coffee stain it. Lay that one out flat. And then this one, I just want to do the edge here. Leave the top the way it is. It should be good right there. There we go. And I'm going to lay it flat and coffee stain. Okay, I gotta fill up my coffee stain. It's going empty. There we go. Wipe off my hands. Okay, now so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's do another book page. Let's see what pages I got that are 2 pieces. I got some of these hymnal pages. Star Spangled Banner. Okay. Now these double pages, we're probably going to have to reinforce them just because they have holes in them already, which I'm okay with. Okay, so we're at 5.5, which we're going to leave that one. And we cut these up at 6, actually 5 and 3/4. that one. And 5 and about 3/4 for this one. There we go. Excuse me. Let's see what else we got. I think that's more math pages. No, this is something else. Yeah, I think this is more, yeah, this is more math. We don't want more math. Okay, those are all math pages. Okay, let's see what else we got. You know what? It'd be really cute to put a couple of dictionary pages in there. There we go. I'm just going to fold these in half and they should fit. Okay, are these dry yet? I feel really dry. Let's move on with these. And I'm going to use a straight cutter. Because I can do, let's see, half. Let's do 6, 4. What did I do with it? I just set it down. There it is. Okay, go. Now, let's add these to our signatures. Okay, let's put him here and this one here. That. And then we'll move this one. Does this one fit here okay? Yep. Let's put him here. Okay. Now, these ones that should be mostly dry by now. They're still a little cool. I'm gonna mute my microphone and hit these with the hair dryer. Let's put some weight on them so they don't blow away. What else can we put on them? Opa, there we go. Now we should be good. I'm going to mute my microphone and hit these with the hair dryer. Okay, that worked. Blew my other signature all to hell, but that's okay. All right, so these two are going to be our middles. We're actually going to do it this way. Our middle spread. And I think I'm going to take this ruler. This is my tearing ruler. And make these just a little bit bigger. Oops. Oops. There we go. And this one, I'm going to do the same way. And I think this is the middle on this one too. Nope, not quite. There we go. And we're going to do the same tear on this. There we go. And then fold this one in halvesies of sorts. Let's see where it lays. Perfect. And same with this one. Beautiful. All right, so I think we have our signatures ready. Let's see how many pages we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we need 2 more. Actually, I kind of like 11 because so there's 11 there. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We need something a little bit more colorful. Let's take, let's take, so we got 1 and 2 at 11. So we need 1 more sheet that we can fold in half. Do we want more book pages or do we want more text pages? Let's see what we got in our little, let's see what we got in here. This is our digitals that I'm trying to use up. Yeah, let's use these. Apparently the moths got at them. Those are blank on the other side though. I want to find something that's dual-sided. We could do this one. That's kind of dark. I love that, but the other side's really dark. I know this one. What if we folded it this way? There we go. That'll work. So this is a freebie from, I do believe, Tracy Fox. And then I just made another side using the colors on this side, and I made another page that matched it. So let's put the digitals away. get our straight cutter. We'll do 5.5 for both. And I'm going to round the corners on this one just for something different. So that should be 12 and 13. 1, 2. So let's do that one there, that one there. That's the same size. That's just different enough. Okay. I feel like I need something that's a little bit longer right here. And then we can just tear this one off right there. There we go. There, that makes me feel better. Okay, let's swap these out. Now they're the same width though. Oh, bother. Okay, where are we at? I like all this. That's the central page. What if I need something a little bit longer right here? Unless we cut this, let's do this. There we go. Now we can put this guy back in here because he's a little bit shorter. And then this guy back in here. And then we're going to turn this around and tear just the edge off of this. There we go. Yep, that's just a smidge taller, and that's okay by me. Cool. So we've got, loop this down just a little bit. Works for me. Let's find the middle. Use the ruler to our advantage. Let's move this down just a hair. Move this up just a hair. There we go. And then put one clip up here. One clip down here. There we go. That's ready to go. Move him up and down. That one's super close in size. So let's make him a little shorter. About right there. Keep him down low. Move him up. Let's tear this one a little bit, just a smidge. And then tear this one a little bit. Maybe. There we go. I'm going to move him up just a smidge. There we go. Well, he's not even in here. Let's put him in. There we go. And let's make him a little bit shorter. Oops, let's use the right side there, yo. And now that I've been thinking about it, I think we'll be okay. I don't know, we might have to go through and that one, that one. Let's make this just a little bit shorter. Perfect. Okay, so this one should be okay because it doesn't have the stitches in the middle. That one doesn't, that one doesn't, that one doesn't. There's just the line page one. So let's put a little bit of washi tape on there so we know it's going to be strong. And I think this is just the one single page, so we should be okay. So we need to get some washi tape for this. So let me grab my glue mat, which is somewhere right here. And let's grab some funky washi tape. I really like this one, so we'll just do this one. So I'm going to do it a little bit longer on either side, like that. We're going to leave it connected because we're going to loop it back up. And we're going to put some glue on it. Okay. So what I like to do is put it right on 4. That way I know from it at least close to being center. There we go. Make it tight. And snip it right here. There we go. And put a glue stick on the rest of this. Flip this tag down. Take our silicone spatula and give it a good rub. There we go. Beautiful. Now we'll fold it back the way it was. believe we had it like this. Yep. There we go. Flip them all over. Utilize our metal ruler. Get that spine all nice and tucked in. Top and bottom. There we go. Now we gotta do the other one real quick because I forgot. So I'm gonna put these together. And these together. Okay, so short side goes towards the front. Start it this way since this is going to lay more flat for us. Give me one moment. Okay. Now that I can breathe again. Oh, the allergies are no joke in Texas. I have never lived in a place where I've been more excited for October, because usually October brings winter and cold and snow and nastiness, and I don't like it. But in Texas, it brings cold and the allergies die away. So that's why my voice sometimes changes. I get croaky voice. But it is what it is. Wow, we got a lot here. Okay, so line it up. Try and line it up with 4 here. There we go. It's not exact, but we're close enough. Let's fold this over. Try to squeeze out that wrinkle. And then we're going to cut it off right here. See, I'm just prone to knocking everything that I can over. It's crooked, but you know what? We're okay with it. It's handmade. All right. I'm going to put this back here. Let's get this glue mat out of the way so I don't get glue all over everything. Hiccups again. I tell you what, if it wasn't for hiccups, I don't know what I'd do. So we're going to move this up a little bit, and that can go right about there. And then this goes up a little bit. There. Now, squish them again. But go. Perfect. Now we got our signatures ready. We can put them to the side. Put them right there. It should be okay right there. It should be safe. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Now we need to figure out because I don't want to bind, I'm thinking I don't want to bind it directly to the book, but I think this is going to be too short or too narrow for doing what I want to do. So let's see if we can find another piece that is a smidge wider and just as long. Got lots of canvas in here. Oh, this might work. Let's grab our book because we need to do another coat of gold on it. Excuse me. So this is dry. Yep. So we need to measure this piece. This is me and my fat head. Hang on, I gotta bring it up. We can do 1 inch. So that will work because I want 1 inch and then at least 1 inch on either side. Okay. So we need a 1 inch spine. This is a 1 inch spine, so see, yep, that'll fall right into place right there. That'll be perfect. Because then we can still, oh, maybe we need to make it 3/4 of an inch. Maybe. Let's try 3/4 of an inch. We'll cut a piece. Because we want to be able to still close the book. So. But this is going to work for our fabric, and I want it to be, yeah, right here's perfect. Groovy. Let's snip it so it'll rip the way we want it to rip. There we go. A little bit too much. And then, oh, it's got a hole in it, but that's okay. I'm okay with that because that actually makes the, I wonder if I could do a little hole over here on purpose, just to make it feel like it's supposed to be that way. Yeah. Well, maybe we need one more. One right here. I like doing things in threes. Just a little guy. There we go. And then we're going to take this We'll glue it down after we get the spine on. But we're gonna color it with the color from the pages, and then we might have to trim it down a little bit, but we'll do that after we glue it down. Okay, let's do our quick coat of paint on here. Press and seal is probably one of my favorite tools. Okay, and we're going to go this way with the paint. So that way we fill in the holes and we don't have as much of a paint line situation. And normally I do not paint out of the bin like that, out of the container like that, because cross contamination is a thing. But it's old paint, so I'm not going to worry about it. All right. Normally I pour it onto a plate, or I have a couple of little palettes that are made from lunch trays. Another cool little thing that are not art related. Maybe I should just make a video of all the non-art tools that I use in my studio. I could probably do with at least 5. Okay. And there we go. Let me put this over on the sewing table so it's out of the way. There we go. Actually, I could water that whole cup. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the green gold in there, put more water in it, and turn it into gold splatter. Because, yeah. Now, I'm thinking I want to do at least a little something on the front. I'm not sure though. So we're going to let this dry. We're going to make our spine. We decided probably 3/4 would be the best. So I'm going to put this in, excuse the fan. I'm actually going to take the fan and point it down at it. There we go. AC's not on, so. But the problem with pointing the fan down on the project is it makes it blow on my desk, so it makes things a little bit more of a challenge. Okay, now let me get some more coffee from my coffee sprayer. That would be over here somewhere. That's tea. Is this coffee? Coffee. Give it a shake. I went to go to Walmart to buy new bottles, and they had 2. And I'm like, okay, you know, this is getting really frustrating because I didn't have my paper clips, and they didn't have like half the things I wanted to get. And then as we were heading towards the checkout, and me and just kind of sad and bummed out, I'm like, oh, it's August, it's back to school time. People are going to college and, you know, regular school, you know, high school, elementary school, middle school, kindergarten. This makes a lot of sense. So I wasn't as mad anymore. All right, I need my tray because I don't want to get things everywhere, but I still probably will because I'm me. what? I'm gonna take just a little piece of this extra canvas. I'm going to take a piece of the canvas and let's do all of this. This is a old bed sheet that had stains on it, so I coffee stained the whole thing. And yes, I tried to wash the stains out, but even my experience in getting stains out of stuff did not adequately words. All right, there we go. Let's start with some coffee. And yes, I know I coffee stained this already, but I want to dampen the cloth. Actually, I want to take this, fold it like this. There we go. Now we're going to take walnut stain. Hit this end with coffee a little bit. There. I'm trying to get it to lay down at least kind of flat. There we go. So I'm going to order some, speaking of bottles, I'm going to order some from the Dollar Tree. The only problem is I got to order like a case of 25, which means I get 50 bottles, which it's like, wait. What am I gonna do with all those? Okay. Didn't want to sneeze in your guys' ears again. All right, now we're gonna come in with the blue, which looks green now. Oh, that's because it is green. I saw the blue lid. It made me think it was blue. Okay, well, we'll add green to it. Hang on. Let's clean the tip of this a little bit. There we go. Okay. When I try. Doesn't always happen. To clean the tip off when I'm done spraying with it, but I forget, and henceforth I have to swap out caps a lot. But I will be doing a video in September. We'll be doing a live stream, and we're gonna clean bottles together and then do the DIY. Okay, this is cracked pistachio, this is twisted citron, and then we have mermaid lagoon. I am not a teal person, but for some reason these ones speak to me. So we're gonna do just a few splatters of each. go. And we'll do the cracked pistachio next. Okay, and twisted citron, which is my absolute favorite color. I think I said that before. Okay, and then we're going to take some rubbing alcohol and just spritz it a little bit. And then we'll take some water and do the same. There we go. Now, I am going to leave the rest in here to dry, but I'm going to take this guy out. Actually, you know what? We're going to hit this guy a little bit more with the walnut. Actually, let's take him out and hit him with it. So, oopa. I don't want this one. I want this one. So I'm going to put these over by the fan as soon as I get this guy out. Hang on. I'm going to unfold. I'm going to unfold this and lay him down. And then we're going to put this guy over by the fan. Again, I apologize for the fan noise. Gotta kind of shuffle things around here. There we go. Get some air movement, and that should dry fairly quickly. It's very lightweight fabric. So, plan is, I'm going to hit it with a little bit more brown so the brown pops out just a little bit more. And I'm just going to hold the sides so it just is like a speck or two. It's coming down my finger. Okay, that's not supposed to happen. There we go. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work for me. There we go. That's what I want. Close enough. Put the lid back on it. Push it over to the side. And then we're going to hit this with a hairdryer. So I'm going to mute my microphone. Okay, we're dry enough for the next step. It'll dry the remainder of the way. We're gonna take, whoop, and unbury. It gets stuck in the corner over here. Come here. We're gonna take this green gold and we're gonna mix it with this other gold, because I have another container of this gold that's never been opened. See, that's why this one hasn't opened, because I mark them. I'll buy like 3 at a time because I use this a lot, and I'll number them 1, 2, 3, and then this got dried out a little bit. That's okay. We're gonna give it a stir. And there's some clumpies in there. That's okay. We're gonna take a little bit of water and we'll put the green gold in with the gold, because I have a feeling that'll do some really cool stuff. If not, we'll add more green gold, because we can. Because I have the power and you have the power. Let's take, where'd my other water bottle go? Let's take and water this down. There we go. That should do it. I want a little bit more green gold in there. So let me go grab the things I need to make it green gold. Try not to fall on my face. So we take a little bit of the iridescent fine. Ooh, that's kind of scary. And we take the green gold, which is just a green color, and wait a minute, this is the extra one. There's the other one. I accidentally opened the other one because I do that a lot. And we're gonna put a few drops of this in there. Actually put a few drops of this gold in there. Maybe. Yeah, it should be open. Mix this up and see what we get. And I think I'm going to put a little bit more of this gold in there. Okay, got a nice green tone to it, but let's put, I think I have some iridescent copper. It's raw sienna, stainless steel, silver, Okay, I don't see the copper. Is it on this side maybe? Yes. That's not it. All right, well, we'll just take, I know I'm pretty sure I have copper in my regular paints. Yep. I'm gonna put a little bit of this copper in there. Just to warm it up a bit. And do a few more drops of green and a little bit more copper too. This is a translucent color, so it imparts a tone, but it doesn't actually add like an opaque base to it. So it's just a toning. And I think I might add a little bit of one of the browns to help vintage it up and warm it up again. Still needs a little bit more green. Okay. Yeah, now we're getting there. Now I'm going to grab a little bit burnt umber or burnt sienna. Let's do burnt umber. That'll give us that warm brown. And this is a little bit more opaque, so we don't want to use as much. Excuse my cough. Okay. A little bit more. There we go. I need to clean up my bottles. I'm going to put a little bit more copper in there too. I should know better. I should be having that up there. I'm going to add a little bit of water to this too, because we've made it a little bit thicker. Yeah, see, that's so much more rich and tonal. Yep. I'm gonna put a little bit more of this in there though. So we got copper. This is iridescent bright gold fine. And then this is the 24 karat gold from Deco Art Metallics. And I used to have an antique gold that I was going to add to this, but I can't find it right now. So we're kind of aging this. And let me find a scrap piece of paper. Yeah, we'll use, this isn't exactly white. Actually, I got some white paper right here. So let's take this piece of paper and we'll show you the difference. Because I have a little bit of the original gold still on my brush. Maybe if I can get it open. Sometimes I wrap them up so well I can't get them open again. Here we go. So maybe it'll work. Stay. I'll spray a little water on it first. Just a little. So this isn't gonna work the way I wanted it to. Is there any on the lid? No. But you know what? We're gonna rock it anyway. Oops. Take a little of this, and we can actually take this and show it up against the gold that's on the book. And I'm just going to paint a whole strip of this. And this is linen paper, so it's not exactly the best painting paper, but might be able to do something cool with it. And in the back of my head I'm thinking, I wonder if I could stamp on this and do this with it and do that with it. So we're gonna bring the two, what is wet there? Must be water, because I don't see any paint. And actually, I think this is going to be perfect for splatters. You might add a little bit more water. So that's not a true representation. We'll let this dry and then we'll show the difference between the two. You don't have to use paint straight out of the bottle. You can mix your own color, make it unique to you. I don't think until I did acrylic pouring, I don't think I really ever used acrylic or any other kind of paint straight from the container. I've always mixed my own color, and I would always overmix because trying to match your color that you custom mixed, yeah, that's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna be blunt. All right, so I'll put this back in here because I might use this brush again today or tomorrow. And the press and seal keeps it nice and tight, as you could hear me arguing with it before. All right, we're gonna put that over there. And then I'm gonna add a little bit more water to this because when you pull up the stick and pour, oh, it is giving a dent. I want a little bit bigger of a dent though. So I'm just gonna put probably another tablespoon of water. There we go. Just because we did add a lot of pigment to this. And this brush needs to go downstairs and get washed. This can end up in the garbage, same with this guy. Just trying to clear off my table. Trying not to get paint on my pants because they're my favorite comfy pants. Let's go get a brush that we can splatter with. I'm gonna give this one last good stir. And then I'm gonna go argue with my brush stand that keeps tipping over. I'm gonna 3D print one that'll fit inside the top of my cart. And then put the little one on my desk, I think, and just put pencils and stuff in it. Glue it together so it doesn't fall apart every 5 minutes. I only got it, I think I paid $6 for it or something. It was under 10. So you kind of get what you pay for. I love how love it. So if you take a scoop, and it should make a dent when you pour it, then you know that's a good start to your splatter and adventure. All right, let's get a fan brush. This is a little guy. Excuse me. Before I do that, I'm going to get a drink of water. Hold the bone one moment. Okay. Let's get that stick out of there so that can dry. Where can we put him? We can put him right there. Okay. Now let's get this out. Yep, this is our front side. And I like to spray my brush with water first and then tap it off, and then I just dip it a little bit in here, and then think we need to add more water to this. Yep. So we blot that off. There we go. Let's add some more water. It's still kind of gloopy. Excuse me. Hiccups. I forget to breathe, then I hold my breath, and then I get the hiccups saying, hey, jumpstart your breathing. Yo. Oh, we got a good dent now. All right, we're gonna leave the stick in there just in case we need it again. Okay. Still kind of clumpy. See, I did that clump right there. Might be that the brush is too small too. I haven't used this one. I normally use that one, but that one I left in there and forgot about it. So I'll put it in a sink in a cup of really hot water, and it'll be a cup of water, like boiling water, not quite boiling, probably 185 degrees. And then a tablespoon or so of white vinegar. And I'll let that sit until it's cool, and then I'll wash it with Dawn dish soap. And 9 times out of 10, it takes care of everything. All right, let's try this now. Let's do this. Cool. I'm going to pat that one blob. All right. Let's take and put the lid on this guy. So let's put this over here. I can use that to set the brush on. I have a feeling we're going to be doing more gold splatters here really soon, so let's just mix that with water. And then I'm going to blot this blot. There we go. All right, now let's turn him. We'll put this there and this there, and then we'll dry this. Okay. Let's move this over here because I almost knocked that on the floor earlier. This is nice and dry. Groovy. Let's move this out of the way. Boom. We're gonna need this in a minute. So let's put the water back. I'm probably gonna need it again, but I'm just gonna let it be. There we go. Excuse me. Now let's get a piece of cardstock type paper. No, this is chipboard. That's what I was looking for. And we're gonna grab Fanny. Because Fanny and chipboard are friends. So I guess we need to move this. Hubert does whatever he wants to do when he wants to do it. He needs a refill and he knows it. I'm trying to track it. I bought a whole new bottle. I know I have one. I'm not buying another one. Okay, so we need to move these. This can go over here. So I think it'd be easier to measure it on this side. For some reason that looks crooked, so I'm just going to double check with my ruler. That is 7/8. And that is 3/4. It was crooked. How do you like those donuts? All right, so let's try this again. That's 3/4. That's 3/4. There we go. And we can, you know, I wonder if 3/4 is going to be too narrow. Maybe this is the universe telling me it needs to be, I don't know. We're going to grab the book and we're going to check. Because it should be dry by now. Yep. Yeah, we can do, no, I want to err on the side of caution because I don't think we're going to get 2 signatures on 3/4 of an inch, but I think that's what we're going to have to do. Because 5/8 is gonna, or 7/8 is gonna be too big. How are we gonna put 2 signatures? Maybe we just make one big one. Yeah, let's just make one big one. All right, we're gonna cut this guy down. Maybe. It'd probably be easier if we had a line to go by. Nope, you know what? I'm not gonna try. It seems like a headache. Let's just cut another strip because I want to have 2 strips. So it just seems easier to me. So that is 3/4. And that is 3/4. Let's double check this again, make sure we didn't wonkerdoodle it, which we did. There we go. Nope. Okay. There we go. 2 at 3/4. And we can put Fanny away. Let's put our card on there so we can put that away when we're all done. And then this needs to be 6 3/4 long, but we're going to glue it together first. And we're going to use we're going to use Barely Art glue for that. This is a glue that sits on my desk and I never use it because I'm not a big fan of it. But to each their own. Some people rave about it. I'm kind of on the fence about it. There we go. Take this one, and then I'm just going to set them up, push down, and push them together. Okay, grab the brayer. Make sure they're glued together. There we go. And that's pretty spot on. This is the top, and that is very like a 1/3 of a millimeter too big. It's like just that hair off. It's just a tish off. Okay, pencil. I saw you. Where did you go? There you are. So the whole book, I wrote it down. Where is it? I thought I wrote it down. Yes. It's 7 1/4 by 5 1/8. So 7 1/4. So 6 3/4. Okay. And I'm just doing 6 3/4 because that is the easiest for my brain to comprehend. Go. And we'll just take our scissors and cut it right there. There we go. Now we need to find halfway. So half of 3/4. Let's cut off quarters. So there's 1/4, 1/4, 3/8. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to say it out loud. So this is the one we need to mark. Now I lost my, oh, that's why. I was like, now I lost my mark. Because I usually measure off of 1 because I just got into that habit with my other ruler that I have. Okay, now I'll make a line straight down the middle. For some reason that doesn't look right. Looks different. It is different. but only just a fur, so. There we go. So we line up our lines. Draw our line. I'm going to flip it over and we're going to measure the middle. Pretty darn close. All right, so I'm going to line this back up with the line, maybe a little bit under, and we're going to come up 1, 2. So it's a 1/2 inch and a 1/2 inch. And then 5 3/4. I don't even know what that is. So we're gonna try. Yeah, my brain just went, what? Yeah, I think 5 3/4 is gonna be easier to calculate than that measurement. So 1/2 of 5 is 2 1/2, and 1/2 of 3/4 we just learned is 3/8. So 1, 2, 3. You know what, we're just going to put it at 3. Because if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. It won't bother me. Alright, so that is where we need to punch our holes. But first we're going to mount it onto the fabric. So flip her over. We're going to fold it in half, and then we're going to mark with our pencil about where it needs to go. Okay, and then I'm going to ink the edges on this with black. Actually, I could probably just do dark brown. Yeah, let's just do dark brown. Just in case they show at the ends. Now I get the hiccups. So ink here. And ink here. This is the only one I don't have the re-inker for. I'm kind of bummed because it's like I want to reach out to Hero Arts and be like, dude, when are you going to get more of this? I've been watching your website and every time I look, they're out of stock. It's probably because I, timed it. It's like, can I please be put on a waiting list? Because I really like this ink and I really don't want to run out. Okay. Let's do this end a little bit too. Now this is just me being me. It's like, just in case. Okay, fall. That's fine. You fall. You do you, boo. All right, now, does this say it works on fabric? Shake well before using. Twist off flat cap and twist. Choose precision tip and apply glue to surface. Set time is 5 minutes. Flow cures 24 hours. The reason why I got this glitter, scrapbook, decorations, craft, and cardstock. The reason why I got this is I was told it worked on vellum, and I unfortunately did not see that happen for me. Okay, so we're going to see if it works on fabric. Because our glitter glue works on fabric, kinda. And we are going to be stitching to this, so it's more to hold it in place. Oh, we did it on the wrong side. Dude. All right. Oh, yeah. Where's my rig? There it is. Can I still see my marks? Yes. Okay. Let's try this again. So this, we're going to be stitching on here, so it's more just to hold it in place. Is what I was trying to say before. I got rudely interrupted by my own discovery. Okay. So that goes about there. That goes about there. There we go. Let's grab this parchment. Brayer it down and flip. There we go. That's going to look really cool. Look, I painted my fingernail and I didn't even want to. All right, where did the needle go for this? Oh, Lord. I go barefoot in my studio, so anytime I didn't know there's a needle missing, it's like, oh no, what am I gonna step on? Okay, let's give this a minute to dry. I think I might go ahead and hit it with the hairdryer because I'm impatient. So let's hold these down. This one's pretty full. There we go. I'm gonna hit it with the hairdryer. Okay. It's still a little sticky, but we can pinch it anyway. I'm gonna leave that there. And we're gonna get our crocodile out. This is the big bite. It's probably one of the best investments I've ever made in my art studio, like ever. Okay. I gotta put my hair, hang on. I'm gonna put my hair in a ponytail. Because if I don't, the hair is gonna keep poking me in the eye and it's gonna drive me bananas. Where are my ponytail holders? Come on, where are you? I got all these remote controls for things and I don't even know what they go for. I have them in my junk drawer. They're just hanging out here. I have keys for something. I don't know what it's for. Oh, for Pete's sake. I have like 300 hair binders. And actually more. I bought a jar of 1,000 of those ones that just like you use them for fine hair, so you can just cut them out, you know, so they don't get tangled. But I bought these ones for my ink jars or my ink pads because I like putting these around ink pads to keep them from going all kittywampus when I put them in storage. There we go. Oh, much better. There we go. And what am I hitting? Oh, I'm hitting the book. So we line the line up, and I'm shaking. So this is going to be a challenge. There we go. Jeez. What a trooper this thing is. There we go. There we go. Ha ha, success. So this thing chomped through 2 layers of chipboard and a layer of canvas. You tell me of a hole puncher for 50 bucks that does that. And I will buy it and test it for myself. Okay, so we got those holes. Now we need a piece of paper, preferably graph paper. Here we go. We'll use this. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna cut this, fold this in half, like so. Line up that line. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Excuse me. So right there, right there, right there. And we just did this backwards. So this is the top. And our end is going to be here and here. So take the scissors, cut this off, cut this off. Okay, we're gonna let this dry some more. See, it's already starting to lift right there, and it's really lifting right there, so put a little bit more glue on it. Let's see if that helps. Now, if you like Barely Art Glue, you can get 10% off if you order it from the Painted Raven. Link is in the description. Discount code is in the description. And I do not make any money from recommending her. She's my friend, and I want her to have business. And so I use my little voice here on YouTube to help her grow her business, because that's what friends do, right? All right, now we need to find our signatures, and we need to kind of alter them a little bit because we're only doing one instead of two. And I think we're gonna keep one of, so we're gonna keep the line pages, and we're gonna keep the math pages, and we're gonna keep this page, but I think we're gonna take one of those out. And no, we're gonna leave that one in. And I think I'm gonna take this center one out. We'll put this one as the center. Keep this one as the center. There we go. Oh. I'm going to take this one out. Take this one out. No, we're gonna leave this. No, I'll take this. No, we're gonna leave that one in. I'll take this one out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, that should be good. All right, let's see. I'm gonna put these together. And we'll use these in another journal, or we might use them for something else in here, entirely different. So let's take and we'll clip them together. And make sure they kind of float. See, I'm not digging this little piece right here, so I'm going to take this one up too. Or we put it somewhere else where we need a short one. 3, 1. And put it here. Yeah, let's put it here, but let's take the tear ruler and tear it right here. There. I'm not a big fan of this being bare. Let's find a different place for that one. Does that work? No, they're the same length. Nope. But what we can do no, let's take this one out completely. Put them in with this one. There we go. Okay, so the other one up high. Yeah, let's move that one down low. Yep. Then that kind of in the middle. And this guy. Okay, so I almost have it. There we go. I like that. So let's find the middle and we'll do a flip through just to make sure. Somewhere it's in here. No, come on now. Here it is. Found it. And I'm going to put one on top up here. Because I know if this looks good here, it's probably going to look good in the back. I'm 99.9% sure of that. So, yep. Almost kind of wish I had a short, like a little one here. But I can always put some kind of like a belly band or something on there to help divide that page up. Yep, I like it. Okay, let's take that off. Let's squish our pages a little bit. Hi, Catherine. How far along am I? I am going to be sewing the signature in because I'm doing the signature on a piece of fabric, and then I'm going to glue the fabric inside the book, and then you keep catching me at the end when you're just starting. Yeah, I understand that. I'm trying to get to where I'm more regular, like a regular time, but life keeps happening. Internet goes out or something happens. So I'm trying. I'm working on it. There we go. Phone. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful find to find a notebook from 60 years ago. That notebook's older than I am. All right, now, so we're gonna put our, I just made a temporary, I thought that was blood. I was gonna freak out a little bit. I made a temporary template for my signatures here, because I'm just making the one. I actually have like 4 or 5 of these covers, so, but I think I'm going to do each one a little bit different. Stephanie gave me a bunch of these books. Okay, I need the bigger clippies. Where'd the bigger clippies go? They're there. There we go. Smush it in place. Listen, you need to go over all the pages. There you go. Okay, and I need another big. That needs to get put away. I have so many things on my desk, and that's why I'm trying to, like, I'm not hurrying through this, but I am being mindful of the time, because I want to clean my studio. It's so messy up here. It's driving me a little crazy. Short drive, but it's driving me a little crazy. Oops. Then I hit my mouse, so it goes all wonky doodle. There we go. Where did the fabric? I made this fabric. I painted this fabric. When the live stream's done, you go back and this is just canvas. Hang on, I'll show you a piece of what it started like. So it started like this. This is canvas drop cloth. I used to have this on my wall. And that's why there's these little holes in it, because I had it stapled. But yeah, but there's a whole process. I did it right on the live, so I said from start to finish. So I'm trying to keep to my promise. All right, oh, we need string. And I say string vaguely, because I gotta get my toolbox out. Hold on. Let's move this out of the way. Because, let's move this out of the way. I need to clean off my desk. That's my first thing that I'm gonna do. Is because this is getting to be like, I feel like it's gonna fall on me at any given time. So yeah. Let's see. I guess it doesn't really matter what color. What's a color I don't get to use very often? And what's a color that I have a lot of and won't bleed? You know what? Let's see. I have some different greens. Not that one. Let's do this green right here. Or, I don't know. I have like 3 bags of green and I never get to use green. Yeah, see? 3 bags of green. Oh, I found the green we're gonna use. It's right here. I love green. Green, gold, and Twisted Citron. I'm telling you, it's my favorite. Let's use this green, because it's kind of green, kind of yellow. So it'll go with the green gold. All right, we only need 1. And it's probably gonna be way big. We can make a charm for it though. There we go. We need 1 string. And the cool thing about doing a thing like this is you can start your signature on the back side, and that way you don't have the knot in the middle of the page. You can do that. Some people say, oh, don't do that. You do you, boo. Do whatever makes your little heart happy. And if anyone judges you, you send them to me. Oh, Mama Bear, it's good. Cleaning and scrapbooking. For an old canvas I have a whole bunch of canvases that I did acrylic pours on, and I have an idea to turn them into journal covers. So maybe come, let's see, it's August, September. I'm gonna be doing a journal a week, but we're gonna be doing a live stream on each one of the elements. So like, I'm gonna kind of mass make different elements that are gonna go in that one journal and then future journals. So it's like I only have to bring out the tools once and we can just get a whole bunch done. And that's one of the things that I'm thinking of doing, is taking one of my old acrylic pours that I don't really like. I love the colors, but the way the pattern turned out, I want to cover that up with something else. And so that's my idea. Yeah. Scrapbook. I love that scrapbooking and cleaning. Yeah, the reason for the slow mode is I don't have any moderators. So if someone comes in and gets spammy, like a bot or something like that, they can't totally flood with 300 messages before I notice. So until I can get some regular moderators on here with me, slow mode it is. It just slows them down. You can post a message every 30 seconds. So it's just to help me with the bots and spammers and stuff. So I apologize for your inconvenience, but it's also to protect you guys from having to see that shenanigans. Oh, Ziploc baggies are my jam, man. Okay, so let's get back to this guy. We gotta punch our holes. All right, I know you're around here somewhere. Where are you, little beastie? Don't make me get out the other tool. Thank you. It's like, don't make me get out my other awl. I don't like him. He's not sharp. I need to put him up. I need to do him on the sander. All right. And I left these long on purpose, because that way I can tear them where I need them, or I can leave them long and just see what happens. I don't know. I just know they're going to be bigger than I need them to be. Okay. And I'm going to save this template. I'm going to make a note on here. This is the top. But this was for the French, these were the French books. Book and B-O-O-K. I put French box. I have no idea why I did that. And we did a 3/4 inch spine. One signature. Okay. That way I have like 4, I know I have at least 4 other of these books. So I'll keep this just so I have a note. I have the video too, but you know, things get lost in space, the space between my ears. So now we're gonna take, and I am gonna do the, I'm gonna break the rules because there are no rules. You do you, have fun. Okay, and I am gonna sew it from the back side, and then I'm gonna have the string come up, and that's gonna be a page marker. So, or come down. I haven't decided yet. this threaded. Put the threader back. All right, let me grab a drink of water real quick. I get it. And I have moderators, but they're no longer a part of my channel anymore, so I had them. Excuse me a moment. Okay, I keep forgetting to mute my microphone, and I realize how loud that is when I'm drinking out of my glass, because the ice, it's a metal cup and the metal straw and the ice tinks around and it's right by the microphone and I don't want to be rude. Okay, so this is the top. I remember because we had the holes. Yes, so this is the top. So we're going to start from the back side. Like so. And I haven't done this in a minute, so I'm going to go to the top because it's easier. Maybe. There we go. And then the top hole is right there. And I'm going to put a binder clip on here. There's one of my little guys. Oh yeah. There we go. So I don't pull it through, because I will do that. You can tie a knot if you don't have a binder clip handy. But there we go. Yep, I like this green thread. And it's light enough where it won't show anywhere else really, even on these middle pages. It's not super distracting. Okay, middle. Middle. So we do this just like you do a regular signature, but backwards. So I'll lay this flat, and we're going to pull this thread. There we go. And we're going to pull this thread. Get that off of there. All right, let's see how tight we got it. That's as tight as we need it. So we'll finish tying it off. I attempt to tie a square knot, but I'm not very good at knots. And I'm very disappointed to say that. My dad would be very disappointed. He was in the Navy, so, you know. All right, clip that guy off. Now, decision time. we want the string to come up through the top and go down, or up through the bottom and be on the top. Because if we do this, then it'll hang on the spine. If we do that, it'll hang on the bottom. Let's do it on the top. Or on the bottom, I mean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this string and I'm going to come in at the end of the cardboard and just poke the string through like so, and then pull it through tight as tight can be, and then that'll give us plenty of string to build something from. And then I'm going to take the other string and I'm going to lay it down, and we're going to put some paper tape on it just to hold it in place. It is a contractor's pencil. Have I used house paint, drywall tape, or electrical tape? I have. I've also used aluminum tape, which is used for ductwork, like on your dryer vents and you know, HVAC. I don't really recommend it for the actual signatures, but it does do this really cool thing, and I will show you some here in a moment. Let me get this tape on here. Actually, let's do the whole thing. Let's do the whole kit and caboodle. Wrong direction. There we go. I think I still have, I think they're over here still. I think they might be, they're like little tape bits. I used the drywall tape that I think that you're talking about, the stuff that looks like kind of like really wide cheesecloth, I guess, for lack of a better descriptor. I'm just going to cut this off right here. There we go. I'll show you in a minute here because it's really kind of cool, and I'm gonna do it again on another journal. I just haven't had a chance to, because I've been trying to get, I had a whole bunch of journal bases made, and that's what prompted me to do the 30 journals in 30 days. I'm like, well, if I'm gonna make all these journals, I might as well just go live and do them all live. Just sitting up here anyway. Well, not sitting, but I'm working, but oh, for Pete's sake. Just gonna wrap it around. There we go. There, nice and neat. And yes, I have this one, I have two black ones that aren't even sharpened yet. I use them because they don't roll away. Who wants a pencil that has a mind of its own? All right, so got that page, that page. These seem really like they're really loose, but the journal isn't loose, so I'm just gonna rock with it. Now this is the difficult part for me because I don't have enough hands. I need to grow like 4 extra hands, is gluing this part down. So what I like to do And that's why I'm making sure all these are in the order I want them to be before we go any further. And then I take and I put a big paper clip on them, like so. And then I take a piece of parchment, excuse me, and so this way we don't get any glue. This is the theory anyways, if I can get it to lay down right. It's not a theory, I've done this before. Don't worry about me, I'm a professional. Professional shenanigans maker. There we go. So I clip that. Fold that over. We clip that. And then we take this one and we clip right here. Just because we're gonna grab this clip. Okay, so this is our bottom. And I forgot to put the string in there, so yeah. I'm gonna put this in here. This is embroidery floss. I say string. We could have used baker's twine, which is string. We could have used linen thread, which is string. In my opinion. And now, am I technical? No. It all comes together. That's all that matters. All right. Now, before we go any further with this guy, first we're going to tidy up our mess here. And then we're going to take this off. I was afraid of that was going to do that, but we can take care of that later. Yeah, see, the gesso leaked underneath the tape. I was afraid it would do that, but that's okay. That's okay, because we're gonna do some fun stuff with this. So we got this all prepped and ready. So let's do the spine fun stuff. So this is our top. We got some gesso here that is stuck. So we are going to take our espresso. I thought this is, I have espresso re-inker. I thought this was the Joe one. So we're gonna, whoop, and I just made that rip. Whoops daisy. Okay, it's all right. We're gonna just ink this up and then we'll finish. So we're gonna ink all this up. And the reason why I'm inking this up is now we're going to take some sandpaper. If I can find my little piece of sandpaper. Oh, this is why I need to clean my desk, because I can't find anything when I need it. All right, hang on. Sandpaper is in this drawer. Take a little piece of sandpaper. This is 320 grit, I think. And then I'm going to take the sandpaper and I'm just going to rub it against where the gesso's at. and this paint is not dry, which is fine. The gesso's nice and dry though. There we go. And I'm just going to kind of distress it. And the reason why I put the ink on there first is so I can see the white where it needs to come back, I guess. Yeah, see, the paint's still not dry. There we go. We'll fix this little rip in a moment. We're going to be gluing it to fabric anyway, so there. Okay. Now we'll hit it with the ink again. This time, we're going to use the black, if I can find my dauber. There it is, right in front of your face. I'm going to fold this up, and I'm just going to hit it with a little bit of black. Then we're going to let it dry. And then we're going to take out the boxing tape, and we're going to put a piece of boxing tape in here to help fix that edge. Okay, so it'll be fine. Okay, sandpaper in my little cup. Okay, so I'm going to take a piece of this, that, about right there. That's close enough. Because that's the edge that got broken, right? Yeah. That's this guy. Okay, and then we're going to put another piece down. Go. And we're going to follow that one. Clip that off just a little bit. phone folder and make this fold nice and tight. Same with this one. There we go. You know what? We might actually put something over that. We'll see what we come up with. Let's get this glued down so we can move forward. So what I like to do, okay, this is the top. Just kind of get an idea where I need it. Like that. Okay, then we're going to take Fabri-Tac, another bottle somewhere that's more full than that. I go through Fabri-Tac really fast, so I buy it on Amazon. Okay, let's give this a shake up. It's not going to shake. I'm going to top this one off. Sit for a minute. All right, let's get this extra glue off there. Okay, now we're going to add Fabri-Tac. To the back side here. Just where the spine goes. Okay, and we're doing a pretty hefty amount. There we go. Words are hard. And then that way it'll seal down the fabric on the edge as well. And we're going to bring up the edge and the other edge, and we're going to let go of this. go. I'm just going to give it a minute to reconsider. Yeah, see, that's starting to break. So good thing I made that extra fabric, because I think we might actually end up covering the spine. Okay, so now we're going to take and hold that there. Oops. So this, pat that down. Lay that down. And I'm going to stand this back up. Oop. I'm going to pat that down. Pat our ends. Take a silicone scraper and just make sure we got a good connection there. There we go. Do the same here. So I just do to this where that seam is at. Okay, and then I'm going to flip it back over this way. And get that good seam. Excuse me. There we go. And then again, we're going to press here. There we go. Now we're going to take this and this, and we're going to clamp it shut. And then we're going to let it just sit like this for a little while. So we got it all nice and seamed down. But I see that we have a little bit of gap going on here, so we're going to press that down. So there's a little gap down here, and I'm using my pinky finger, and I'm just kind of going in there with my inside with my pinky finger and just pressing that down. And any of this excess glue, we can take a glue eraser and get that off. So, and it just rolls off the cover of the book. There we go. Well, that's a bummer, but we got something for it. No worries. Okay. Now we're just gonna let this sit for a minute. Excuse me. Parchment underneath, please. There we go. Now, we want some kind of cover for it that is about, or not cover, cover art. That's about 3 inches by 3 inches. And we have a little piece. These are all nice and dry. We have our extra pieces that we made. That's why I said I'm grateful we did this, because now we can put this on the spine if we want to, which we might. Excuse me. So I'm going to fold that up and put that over here. Cut this to be 3 by 3 because I think, oh, that's 3.5. Let's do 3.5. There we go. There we go. Save those scraps for something. And we're going to take, and where are my, take our thinning shears. Okay, and then I'm just going to come in like this. Get some of the threads out like that. And we're going to fray this edge a little bit. There we go. This edge a little bit. And we're going to cut that off. Hit it with the thinning shears. There we go. Get all that out of the way. And what if do we like that? What if we did something like that on the spine? Is that big enough? No, it's too big. See, I think that's too big. Because that's two. Yeah, so that's too big. What if we did this though? Let's see what it looks like. We're going to use this brush. I don't know what it's going to look like. I can't visualize it. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. So we're just going to use this gold. Because I don't want it 100% gold. I like that. And then I'm gonna move this over here so it can dry. And then we're gonna take this, we're gonna paint this just in case I don't like that. Okay, now I need that again in a minute. I'm gonna take this, put this down. I think I'm gonna leave this the way it is because I kind of like it the way it is. I might come in with a paint pen and make it a little more, what's the word? Like highlight it. Or I might come in with some black paint and antique it. I don't know yet. So we're gonna wrap this guy up just temporarily. And then we're gonna do a few paint spatters on this guy. Okay. You know what I have? Give me a moment. Dump this out. I brought up a little container of tap water when I was downstairs, and I've already used 98% of it, but this will help at least keep the brush wet. There we go. There. Now, let's put that on that for now. Let's get this guy out of the way. Excuse me. All right. Let's move him out of the way. And I want my water bottle. Go. Let's use a little piece of canvas. Perfect. So now it looks like it was electroplated gold and all the gold is flaking off. All right, now I'm gonna mute my microphone and I'm gonna hit these with a hair dryer. Let's anchor them down though. I ain't gonna anchor down nothing. There we go. Okay. Okay, now where'd my towel go? There it is. Oy. Got everything dry but the back. I actually kind of like that. Kind of like that too, but I don't know if I'm gonna like those two together. So I kind of do. I don't know. Let's try them on. Let's move these two pieces. Let them dry over there. Where's our fabric? Here's our fabric. I think the black is gonna actually go better. So we can rip this fabric down just a little bit more. I was thinking we can put a brad in the middle there. That's still wet right there, so probably don't want to touch that. So there's that. Let's see. Yeah, I like it like that. It's got a 5 pointed rose in the middle, so it's kind of feminine and it's kind of industrial looking. And we've got the gold, go with the rest of the gold. Yeah, I think that'll look cool on a different book. I don't like the red and the green together. So we're gonna put that there. And we're just gonna try this on here. So we're gonna make this a little bit smaller. Yep, we'll make this a little bit smaller. We're gonna cut. I like the big glob of paint right there, so let's double check. Yeah, we'll cut it right here. There we go. There we go. That out. It's not quite square. Which I kind of like that it's not square. Let's see what we got for brads. Let's clear a spot for the brad container before we go any further. Let's put some of this stuff away. This doesn't go in there. That goes in there. There we go. Paper tape. Make sure the lid's on that. We're going to put that there. Got our water. Let's move him over. Put that there. We're going to need him again. Let's put our brayer away for a moment. Probably need it again, but it's best just to clear off the desk. Okay, brads. Brads and screws. Oh, we could put a Chicago screw in there, and that's how we can hold it on there. Ooh, ooh. And have the screw part like, wait, yeah. Because I've got like little diamondy ones, but they're silver. And I've got gold ones. But I think they're too gold. We could hit them with some black paint. Or I could hit it with that gold paint. But it's not big enough. Let's see. We've got these ones that are bigger. Actually, I kind of, yep, I think if we hit that with some black ink, think we got it. Or we can put a Chicago screw in there. Chicago screw is just that tad too small. So we're going to go with this brad. Okay. I need to get like my peg hook up here and put the peg hook on the end so I can hang my tape and stuff. So I don't have to move 15 different things. Okay, so now where did I put the brad? Oh, Lord have mercy. There we go. Squish, squish, pudding head. We're going to cut this end off right there. Maybe. There we go. And we're going to pray that it tears the right way. Okay, it's not tearing at all. It's all right. We'll just go in and try again. Actually, you know what? We're going to take our thinning shears and use that to kind of perforate it. There we go. There we go. And then we'll fray out the edges here. Oop. And then we'll come back with the shears. There we go. So I'm just taking the thinning shears, and because they don't cut bluntly, they just kind of fuzz them out a little bit. And then if you flip them over, then they really don't cut bluntly. Then they just kind of gnaw at it. And that's kind of what I want to do. To make it look like it's been ripped. Which it has been, kind of. Once I painted it, I couldn't cut it anymore. And then flip them over again. There we go. So that will go there, like a so. And then that'll go there, like a so. Okay. So where do we want it? I kind of like it so it looks like it's making a puddle right there, but it's kind of off kilter then. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that's where we want it. And then I'm going to take my marker and I'm going to make a dot. Where we want the brad. And get my awl, poke a hole. There we go. Oh, we were going to ink this up too. I'm going to use archival ink. And I'm just going to ink it up. There we go. And then I'm going to take a spray of rubbing alcohol, hold it far away, work with the fan. Okay, got a little too close, so we're gonna hit it with the ink again. Okay, I'm gonna hit it with the rubbing alcohol again. Back and forth, back and forth. I'm trying to work with the fan because the fan is blowing at me. There we go. I'm gonna hit it with the hairdryer on cool. And then I'm gonna try something here. I'm just gonna kind of dry brush this. And then hit it with some water, or rubbing alcohol might work. There we go. Just to make it shimmer like the rest of it does. There. So I'm going to hit it with a hairdryer again just so it dries off. Okay, now I'll let that finish cooling off. We're going to cover this brush up. Actually, let's put it in the water. Stay. We can throw that away because that's so stuck together. I don't know if I can get it apart. Now we're going to take a little bit of this collage medium. I'm going to put it on the underside of the brad, just like that. And then we're going to put our flour on. Set that down. Put that on. We'll flip it up just to make sure it's where we want it. Like that. And I'm going to take my rag here, kind of bunch it up. And then we're going to take our tweezers. Those aren't guns, we're going to get these ones. Okay, I'm going to start pulling it apart. But as I pull it apart, I'm pulling it up too. There we go. So, I'm going to grab our pliers here. I'm going to give it a good squeeze, maybe. There we go. Again, I'll bend it and squeeze it. You don't want to squeeze on the actual thing, so you don't want to scrape it up. There we go. And because I'm me, I'm going to snip these off a little bit. Like that much. Okay. And then we'll put some more glue in here. Like that. Set it down. Find my brown tape. Go. Cut off the corner. And use this to press it down. Now we can flip it back up and wipe off the excess glue. And now we can go in with a little bit of the distress and just glue the fabric down in spots. We want to have a little bit of flow to it, so we don't want to glue like anchor it down. So I'm just putting lines up like that. Okay, now we'll give this a good press. It all should be adhered together. And the extra glue that you see around the edge of that will dry clear and matte. So it's not going to show, which that's why I go to the Distress collage medium as much as I do. It's because it's a matte finish. So we're going to let this do its thing over here. Tidy up a bit. I don't need the tape right now. Okay, let's see where we're at with this guy. So we're going to come back in and pull this back as far as we can. And then we'll come in with more Fabri-Tac, but we're only going to put it on the fabric, or on the board itself, because I found if you put it on the board first, it doesn't seep through as bad. So we're going to put 2 lines down, and then we'll press that down. Okay. And then we're going to do this side. And then we have just one more thing to kind of think about in the back of our heads while we're going to wait for this glue to dry. See, this didn't get glued down at all. So we're going to start here. Come down in here. There we go. And then just gently press it down. Okay. And then I'm thinking, where'd that fabric go? Here it is. And we're gonna have to clean up this whole mess. That's fine. Thinking, what if we took this and just wrapped it? Maybe not that spot. I don't really like that. Okay, first off, we're going to clean this up before it gets dried on there. I just use rubbing alcohol and a little bit of elbow grease, and we got that paint right off. So there's a little bit of glue there for some reason. There we go. And I don't mind that it's like diminished the blue, because it just makes it look older. Let's get this out of here. That's probably part of the problem. Okay. Let's use the go. I'm wondering, because we have this crack here, and I don't want it to be like obvious that we're fixing it, but I want to fix it. So what if we did something like that? No, I don't really like that. I kind of like this. Maybe. I'm thinking, processing. So this is already mostly dry. It's probably like Fabri-Tac. Oh, what if we bring this down? Nope, that doesn't quite cover it all. I got an idea. What if... No. We put this on here and then fold it down. Let's see what that looks like. Worst comes to worst, we can use these as tabs for a journal tag or something. I think we need to cut it a little bit shorter, not have it just as wide. So let's cut off about yay far. And we're going to fray the edge with the technical tool of a thumbnail. There we go. Actually, where's my tweezers? They sometimes work better. Yeah. My thumbnails have gotten worn down with all the journals I've been making. They're like, no, mercy, uncle, stop. Okay, so what if put this on here and bring this down and make it look like maybe not that far. I don't know, hang on, let's cut another piece. We could stitch it too. Yeah, because who doesn't like random stitches? I mean, I don't like getting random stitches, you know, like this time we'll tear it so we don't have to sit there and fray the other end, because we gotta fray this end. Pray for the fray. It should be a song. There we go. So we do this to this end. Okay. Now imagine with you, if you will. And then I think if we cut it down a little bit, I think that'll work. And then we put another strip behind here to make it all kind of tie in together. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. So let's make these two the same length. ish. So, ruler. So 5/8. There we go. And then we're just going to take this scissors. There we go. And then got 2 of these. They're about the same width. Yep. And want this one to come to here. So yeah, let's do this side. So I'm gonna snip it right here. There we go. We'll do this way. And then I'll just fold this over. I feel like this is just a lot of fringe at the top. So we're just going to kind of angle it in a little bit. There we go. Okay. So this is going to lay here. We need to do something about this white right here. Let's take coffee. Just ink that up. Like that. Okay. And this isn't sticky, so we can take these off. Lay this flat. Lay this right here. Do we want to try and stitch this? Or is that going to take away from it? I think that would be more of a headache too. Oh, but we haven't splattered it with gold. We need to splatter it with gold. It needs to have splatters. And you know what? I just thought of something. We don't have to fray the edge because one edge is going to go against the book. And it's going to be covered anyway. So this edge, this one, we're going to make just a hair shorter. And that one's going to go right there, like so. And then this one's going to go right here, like so. So we got these two. Let's get our gold. Excuse me. That up there. Let's get this down here. That's top. Wait, that's top. This is bottom. Because I want the turquoise towards the top front. There we go. And put our scissors back behind. Put that over there for now. Because I don't want to splatter the world here. Put that there, and then get our splatter brush out. And our splatter paint. Let's give it make sure the lid's on and give it a shake. Okay. Let's take okay, we'll put that there, that there, that back there. That on the lid. Okay. Need something that's heavy. This is heavy. Okay, now we're going to dry this. Okay, and then we're going to put a little piece. We're not going to bother splattering it because it's just going to be in the background and we'll just waste the time. But we're going to take a little piece of this. In fact, we're going to make it. Where'd my scissors go? They're in the bin where they're supposed to be. So we're going to take it about here. So and then snip right here-ish. Yeah, tear it. Okay, like piece over there. We want this piece. And so take this snippet. There we go. So maybe we'll go like this. Like this. Which one do we like better? Or should we have it like this? Oh, let's see. Let's get the cover down. No, I like it like this. Just like that. Yep. Okay, is that gonna stay while I... Haha. So... let's get the thin bottle of Fabri-Tac out. Just let it come its way. Okay. Go. How does that look? That looks pretty good. And then this one.
Time to start supper. It's 4:45 p.m.
Oops. Forgot to turn off my alarm. Reminds me to eat. I forget to eat sometimes. I kind of like this a little more narrow than that one. Because this is a little bit shorter and this is a little bit longer. So we're going to go with that. Go, tap it down, turn it around. Oh no, don't move. There we we go. That fell in where it's supposed to be. Yep. Okay, now we'll do these ones. Excuse me. So, in order to do this equally, you're going to open up the pages like that. Lay this out flat. Okay, let's remember which one is which. This was the bottom. And this was the top. So I'll do the bottom first because it's closer to my face. So we'll do this. And this. Here. Okay. I'll line this up. Press it down. Spatula. Tuck it in. On this side first. Tuck it in here, and we're going to press it down while it's tucked in. And then we're going to press this one in, and then we're going to press this down while it's tucked in. There it is. Had a bubble there and I couldn't get it with my fingernail. There we go. Now, I'm going to take this and just put a line right here. There we go. I'm wiping my tip off with my glue towel. That way it's not all gloppy. We're going to pull this up. Like that. And press this down. Like that. Just give it a oop. So the reason why I like this silicone spatula is because if I get extra glue, it doesn't stick to, it just sticks to itself. It doesn't stick to me. And I don't pull up on the fabric or anything when I'm trying to do this. So let's do this side now, and then we're going to do the charm, which is going to be, I already have it in my head how I'm going to do it, so we should be good. All right, and I'm going to put a glob of glue here, one here, one here, a little bit here, just so it has a flow line. So it kind of knows where the excess needs to go. And now I'm just using the tip to kind of spread it out where I want it. There we go. Take this guy. This was supposed to go this way. But I kind of like it that other way. No. Hang on. Gonna make some alterations here. There we go. See, I like the other end, how it's frayed better. I think we're gonna take, where's my brown? I think we're just gonna take this and hit it with the brown a little bit. There. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. I'm gonna lay this down. Now this is the one that's actually broken, so we gotta make sure we have a good amount of adhesion. And I didn't think about it, but the glue could possibly seep through. I highly doubt it, but I never trust Murphy with anything. Okay, and again, I need my bone folder because I got another bow. There we go. Okay. Make sure we got this nice and down. Okay, and then there we go. Just on the edge right there. Okay. All right, I'm gonna let this sit for just a minute because I don't want to try closing it while the glue is still really wet. If it's slightly damp, I'm okay with it. I'm wondering. Nah, I'll leave that for now. Here's me looking for the Maybe like it like that. Okay, give that a moment. I'm gonna get a drink of water. Okay. It's not sticky anymore, so let's see, make sure it'll close. Okay, there's a big bubble of glue right there. So I'll lay this flat and we're gonna flatten it out. There we go. There's one here too, but not as bad. Yeah, definitely not as bad. Okay, let's let that rest for a minute. So let's do our charm real quick while we're at it. We need a few beads, and I know exactly the charm I want to use, I think. Tape. All right, I need to move this stuff. Just get the lid on this little guy. Where the lid went, there he is. Okay. Turn this around. And let's use this one. Oops. So we got that one, that one. kind of like that one, but let's see. I was kind of hoping for a butterfly. Maybe. There's a crab. Yeah, I kind of like the crab. Yep, we're gonna do the crab. Oh, but there's a seahorse. No, you do the crab. And I've got some beads in another container. Oh yeah. Wherever that container went. Is it still on my desk? Somewhere, maybe. Oh, that pan feels good. It's a little warm up here. It's 82. Stay where I put you. You're just jealous because I didn't use you today. Okay. There it is. So we did. No, because this doesn't let the thread through. Yeah, let's use that. I need to get my other thingamabob. I need to get my beads out. Because I don't really like this bead. But that's about the same size. Yeah. I'll put this one in with that one. That's a good place for it. Those are plastic. I try not to use plastic beads if I can help it. Yeah, I like that. Oh, for Pete's sake. Excuse me. Oof, that was heavy. Okay, now I need to grab my jump rings. I like the turtle, but I like the crab better. I don't know why, I just do. Okay. I need to get a jump ring for these two. This one already has one. And then a big one to put all of them through. So, I'm grabbing my other glasses so I can actually see what I'm doing. So that'll be a big one. Excuse me. Good Lord, I've got the hiccups and they just won't stop. Let's see, that can go with that. That goes with that. I need to get more of these because I use the same sizes all the time. That's, oh, let's look at that. Yeah, see, that's not the one I want. These have got like the little, I suppose we can use that one. They're like a little keychain ring. I suppose I could use that for that. Because it is a key. So I just wish they were a little bit bigger because I can't imagine how fiddly this is going to be, but this one bigger? No. Okay. Now, make this guy and this guy. I'm gonna open this guy up. Like that. Since he's the same size as this one, we can put him in here. Well, apparently I can't close jump rings. There we go. For some reason I got crooked. There we go. See, this is what gets me, is when they come and they're not like the way they're supposed to be. There we go. Okay. Put him on. I almost feel like I need to put Are you kidding me right now? Yeah, the key needs to go on next. So let's get this key ring on there. Actually, we need to turn it the other way. There we go. Once we get it started, there we go. We can just take our fingers and twist it. There we go, and then the key. And then the crab. I think I need to put another jump ring on so he lays the right way. I don't think I'm gonna lay the right way. Excuse me. I don't know why it keeps going to sleep. It's supposed to not go to sleep. Oop, there we go. Okay, let's see if this is gonna make it lay right. Oops. Because this is gonna go like this. This is gonna go like that. And then this. There we go. I think that'll lay right now. If not, we can always fix it later. There we go. Now, got the hard part done. This is kind of the hard part too, for real. If I'm gonna be real. So, we need our threader, and we're gonna cut just this little bit off. And start off with this bead. Maybe. There we go. Okay. And then this bead. Okay. And then this bead. Okay. And then this goes through here. We want it right about there. Got so much glue and paint on my fingers that the string is like, hey, what's going on? I'm gonna stick around. Oh, hang on. Oh, what's going on here? Okay. Come on. This is why I don't do jewelry, because it frustrates me. It's like, grr. Okay, pull it through. Pull it tight. There we go. This off. Through. Tight. And then we'll see where it's at and adjust it, and then we glue it down, and then except for gluing on the front piece, we're done. Well, it only took 5 hours. That's not bad. We've had to make a lot of, call a lot of audibles. So, yeah. I think that's exactly where we want it, but yeah, that's exactly where we want it. Okay, cool beans. Now, we slide this bead up. And we take our matte medium, collage medium. We can push all this stuff out of the way. I don't want to get glue all over it. So, and I was thinking, I know, scary thought, what if we took I'm just wondering if we took a piece of paper and we rolled it up really, really small. Where's my skewer? Here it is. Because this would be easier. Be easier if I could find my what are they called? Paper quilling pins. Okay, so need something thinner than that. Thinking. This will work. Maybe. I don't have any toothpicks up here. So a toothpick would be perfect. It's not working. I think my fingers just by themselves will be better. Yep, that worked better than trying to. And we cut it off a little shorter than the bead. And then just stuff it in there just to give it something to adhere to. Because now we pushed out all the glue. Which is fine. Put a little bit on here. So I'm going to bring this one down. There we go. And you tie a knot. And use our tweezer to push it down. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, we're just going to tie another part of the knot. There we go. There we go. We're not going to cut that string just yet. We'll wait till the glue dries. And we'll come in, excuse me, with our gel. Wipe off the extra glue that's on here. There we go. So, shark bait brouhaha. So that goes there, that goes there. Okay. Now that we have this, we need to make sure this stays closed, but we also need to make sure it stays level. So we need to put something about as thick as my hands in there. Perfect. Yep, perfect. And then we're going to take our clip. Maybe. Come on, you know you want to. Okay, fine. He doesn't want to. That one does though. See? It's all about getting things to work for you. There we go. There. I've got that in my head. Shark bait, brouhaha. Okay, so I might actually snip some of these corners, fray them out. I don't know. We're gonna wait for glue to dry though. But first order of business. There we go. Let's get this on there. He's gonna go right there, just like that. So let's get our Fabri-Tac out. Okay, smoky monkey. And I'll put it slightly crooked, just because I can. All right, it doesn't want to stay because the tape. So I'm just gonna hold it here for a second and give it a little wiggle. Because when you put things on slightly crooked, one, it's more visually appealing if you ask me. And two, people say, oh, it's crooked. Yeah, it's supposed to be that way. I guess I'm just a little facetious like that. Okay, now that we got that down, mostly, just a little crooked. Doesn't need to be completely crooked. We're gonna let this dry, and then we'll take bits of ephemera and stick them in there, put some paper clips in there, do the thing that, you know, the decorating thing of it. But I want things to dry first before I start flipping through pages and start doing all that. So in the Fallout video, I am going to do a flip through at the end of the 30 days. So we'll take probably 2 hours just to flip through all the journals. But until then, remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.